olive oil. So I need 2 tablespoons of olive oil. That's 1. That's 2. While we're here and while we're waiting, I'm gonna get our dough hook here. I should actually take this off the scale. Move our blender over a little bit so you guys can see. So it's like a traditional Asian steamed bun. It's like it's almost like a sandwich, right? But you steam it. There's a lot of different versions. You can have a red bean for dessert. There's a typical one, Char Siu, which is roasted pork. I'm actually going to be making roasted chicken. And that marinade was actually supposed to sit out for 24 hours. So what I've done is I have, oh man, like 2 kilograms worth of chicken here that's been marinating in this sauce. So what I have going on right now is the oven's heating up to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. I should probably keep that app open on the conversion. So 450. It's about 230 degrees Celsius. So my oven's heating up to 230 Celsius so that I can roast this chicken. We're 90. We're like 20 degrees off in Fahrenheit. So you can typically find it in a lot of dim sum restaurants. So you want the milk to be warm to kind of get the yeast going. You don't want the yeast to be cooked, but it's warm enough for them to thrive really and grow really fast. So we're at 102 degrees Fahrenheit. We're getting there. It's okay if we overshoot it a little bit. We have a lot of flour in our mix here. So what I'm going to do is just give this a little shake so that the scalding milk isn't going to hit the yeast. (107). 3 more degrees. In Fahrenheit, of course. It seems like a Mexican taco. No. Okay. So you can make the dough as a tortilla, like a tortilla, and then fold it up as a sandwich. What I'm making is an actual bun. All right, we're good. We are at, what is this in Celsius? 450, 48 Celsius. All right, I'm gonna kill this heat. I need 370 mils. So pour this out. You can measure it 370 mils, which is almost 400. 370, which just actually killed my pot. 370 goes in. And the nice thing about this is that everything's meshing great. Plop it on, lock, and we're going to give this a slow mix because it's dough. In the meantime, I'm going to clean this pot. Shut off my thermometer. Back in. So dough's coming together nicely. I mean, if I have to add more milk, I'll add more milk, and that's no big deal. Let's see if I can back this up a little bit more, get a better angle, because I plan on I actually plan on putting an induction cooker right here on top so you can actually see me cooking today, rather than having it on the stove over here. Oil, paper towels. All right, we'll let this be for a little bit. I got some plastic wrap. What a nice ball of dough. So how's your day going? It's 3 in the afternoon? Yep. Just ate. That's a late lunch. Let's see how supple our dough is. It's good. It's nice and warm. Let's take the dough off. What I'm going to do is push this back. Push this back. Let's move my napkin and my oil. There's my flour. This is where I need the flour again. I didn't want to put it away. Take this dough out. Plop it on the table. I know you can't see what I'm doing. I'm just trying to grab the dough. It is. It's 9:15 or 9:16. So, just trying to scrape the bowl, get the dough out, whatever is stuck to the bottom, right? Give this, put this bowl to the side because we're going to need this. Give this a quick knead. Okay, we got a nice warm ball of dough. A little bit of oil. We don't want our dough to stick because this is going to sit for 2 hours. But just because this is sitting for 2 hours doesn't mean I don't have stuff to do, right? Plastic wrap. And one thing I like to do too with the plastic, especially with the plastic wrap, I hate plastic wrap and how it sometimes it just doesn't work. I'm gonna rubber band this. Now, this is gonna sit for 2 hours. Okay, Google, set a timer for 2 hours.
Okay, 2 hours, and we're starting now.
Awesome. There's some dough stuck on our hook, but you know what? We're done with this. Next, it's time to prep the filling because while we're waiting for our dough to rise, we have to, prep our filling. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the marinade. Where's my bowl? Marinade. Let me wipe down this countertop here. What do you mean the future is here? What did I say? Oh. Oh, in the future. Oh, look, our oven is ready. But you know what? I'm not ready. I am not ready yet. I wish I was. Is that hot sauce? No, it's not hot sauce. I am missing something. Where are my sauces? Where are my marinades? Oh, here it is. All right. What else do I need? You gotta move. I know I have to move fast in the kitchen, otherwise I am like. Actually, it's not that bad. I mean, you can let it brew for a little bit longer, but I would rather move faster. All right, so we're making our Chinese barbecue sauce. So to this, we need 4 teaspoons of oyster sauce. Teaspoons 1. This is so thick to measure out. 2, 3, 4. We need 2 teaspoons of hoisin sauce. 4, sorry, 4. I'm doubling the recipe. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 teaspoons of 5 spice. I am actually going to measure this out because I don't want to overkill. This is Chinese 5 spice. So I'm actually going to do just 1. I don't want to overpower it. Maybe 2. Maybe 1.5. I'm supposed to use Chinese cooking wine. I'm actually going to be using mirin, which is Japanese cooking wine. I want a little bit of sweetness to this. So 2 teaspoons, which is actually the rest of the bottle. Fantastic. 2 teaspoons of soy sauce. 1, 2. I need 2 teaspoons of honey. This is a local honey that we have. You can see how dark it is. This is actually a fall honey. Actually, I'm going to use a clean spoon. I'm going to use a different spoon. So 2 teaspoons. This is actually going to be like almost a tablespoon. Let's get a smaller spoon. Do I have a tiny, tiny spoon? Tiny, tiny spoon. Wow, that's a lot of honey. That's a little bit. That's a little bit more than 2 teaspoons. That's like a tablespoon of honey. It's all right. It'll be a little bit sweeter on the sweet side. Oh, you know, I could always balance it out by adding just a touch more soy. Okay, honey. Oh, my coffee's all the way in the dining room, which is not good. All right, honey's done. Last thing I need is red bean paste. This is fermented red bean paste. This is actually Korean, not Chinese. And here I also need a teaspoon, and I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of that spoon. You know, I'm gonna add a full tablespoon. And you know what, I'm gonna be liberal. Look how red this is. It's like red. Like it's like an unnatural red. Now, this is typically the traditional, like, Char Siu basting sauce. I'm going to make some slight modifications. I'm going to add a little bit of garlic and ginger powder to this. Just because I like that flavor. So let's get some garlic. Okay, I know Five Spice has some ginger, but I'm gonna add just a touch more ginger, just a pinch. Yeah, this is fermented, right? So it's a little bit salty. It's not like the sweet red bean mix that you would find in a typical dessert. Dessert bao or bun. Okay, I'm gonna mix this up. So it's nice and smooth. Well, the honey's sticking to the side. I'm gonna get this nice and. It still doesn't look like it's enough. If I have to make more, I'll make more. And the reason why this doesn't look like it's enough is because we need to baste. All right. All right. We'll leave that there. Do I have my basting brush here? Or is it in the other drawer? It is in the other drawer. All right, basting brush. I can put the flour away for now. We're not going to be using this. Notice though, I didn't add any salt to this. You know what? I am going to add just a touch of soy because I feel like with the extra honey and the mirin, the sweet cooking wine, the sweetness might overpower the saltiness. So let me just. All right, that's good. I'm leaving this all out because we're probably going to need this again. We're probably going to have to make a double batch of sauce. So this is done. Put this to the side. Wow. Last time I baked in here, I don't know what happened. But it don't matter anyways. We're going to align this baking sheet with aluminum foil. Yeah, it looks sloppy. It's because I don't have like the ultra wide industrial aluminum foil. So I'm gonna have to layer this. And I'll put a base layer down first, and then I'll actually be more careful doing this part. One. You're probably thinking, why am I lining this tray with aluminum foil? Because I'm actually going to be roasting the chicken in this tray. This is the best cookie sheet I've ever owned. It's Chicago Cutlery. I think Chicago Metallic. All right. Look at that. This fits perfectly here. So the chicken, the juices can drip down. We're not worried about it. Chicken. Oh, my laptop got flour all over it. All right, so I hope I can do this all in one batch. If not, well, we're cooking in two batches. Look at that ginger. I don't know if you can see that, but I used quite a bit of ginger and garlic in this. So I'm gonna try and fit as much as I can in here without overcrowding. Looks like it is going to be 2 batches. These are big pieces. Where did I get this from? Jeez. Again, this is 2 kilograms worth of chicken, right? I mean, that's a lot of chicken. But again, I have to feed 4, 5, 6, 7 adults and 3 kids. 7 adults and 3 kids. That's who I have to feed. So yeah, I gotta cook a lot, right? Do I have a small piece? Is there a tiny piece? I can put in there, maybe. Tiny piece. Can I squeeze that one in? Squeeze it in. I know I can fit this one. I know I can fit one more. I have to do another batch, so it's not gonna make a difference. But I mean, like, let's move my veg from the sink because I just washed all my veg. So while this is roasting, I'm gonna start prepping veg, and you can see that as well. Wash my hands. All right. So this is where we start basting, right? Take our sauce, we're gonna liberally coat. So even though it's been marinating in a similar sauce, we're totally gonna change this up. So the honey and the mirin, the sugar should start to glaze the chicken, right? And make a nice char, nice sweet flavor. And the rest of the flavors from the red bean paste, the oyster sauce, the soy, will give it a nice salty flavor. So this goes in the oven for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 230 degrees Celsius oven. Let's take our chicken. Let's move this. I don't want any cross-contamination. Now, you grab a cutting board. Move this here. Start cutting. You know, I sharpened my knives with a knife sharpener maybe 2 weeks ago, and I feel like I need to sharpen them again. I don't know, maybe because I use the same knife over and over and over again, but I'm just gonna run this through a couple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. First up for veg, we have baby bok choy. Slice off the ends. Problem with baby bok choy is that it's a dirty vegetable, right? Because it grows in the ground, so you can see a lot of the dirt here. So once I start to slice a lot of this stuff up, I'm gonna rewash them. I'm gonna slice them nice and thin because this is gonna be. I need this to be really soft and tender for the bao. So I am gonna pre-cook. I am gonna pre-cook this because bok choy has a lot of water. It retains a lot of water, and so do mushrooms. And so if you put high content veg in a steamed bun, a lot of that water is going to come out, and it'll actually make your bun very, very soggy. I know that's counterintuitive because you're steaming the buns anyways, but it's just extra water, and it's not going anywhere. It can't come out. So the only place it can go is inside the bun. And it'll hydrate and get your inside bun all soggy. That's one. So let me put this here because I'm going to rewash this. I'm going to make extra filling because if I can't use it, I have egg roll wrappers. I could always make egg rolls with the same filling. I know I have another head somewhere. Here. This one. The other thing too is I should probably chop from the leaf end because my daughter loves the leaves. And if I tell her we have bok choy in here and it's like all leaves, she'll eat it up. That might be good for now. And the reason why I'm saying this is good for now is because I still have more veg to add to this. So on top of the bok choy, I'm going to add carrots, mushrooms, onions, and I am going to put a meat in here. Otherwise, I'm not going to please the crowd with just an all veg bun. Let's give this a rinse. There's the strain. Let it sit there. All right, while we have that, I need to cut. I have carrots. Oh, let's do our mushrooms. I'm going to keep this aside because you know what? This is useful. All right, so I have two different types of mushroom. I have oyster mushrooms, and I have shiitake mushrooms. I want this to be like an umami bomb. So if I can use different types of mushrooms to get a lot of different flavors out, on top of the veg, it'll make for a more satisfying and savory bun. I'm not sure how much to use. Let's start chopping with this first. I actually need another bowl because I need to start cooking these veg too. So I'm actually not going to use the stems here. I'm going to save the stems. I'm going to freeze these. I'm going to use them for stock, veggie stock. So I'm not going to let it go to waste. Because shiitake mushrooms are fairly expensive. Let's slice these thin. If I had a better mic for my laptop, I could do ASMR of cutting, right? I don't want these veg to be really thick. I want a nice mixture of vegetables. Stem here, hold on a second. A little thick. It's all right. Okay. This is just our shiitake mushrooms. It's quite a bit. Sliced thin. Now we have oyster mushrooms. These are just going to be roughly sliced. I mean, because they're going to be so small anyways. But really, I'm looking for the flavor of the oyster mushrooms. Oyster mushrooms have so much flavor. I don't know if you've ever had fried mushrooms as like an appetizer, like deep fried mushrooms, like a tempura. But there's so much flavor, especially if you add like the soy and the oyster sauce. Like it's just like the mushroom absorbs the flavor and then adds some of its own. that. I wonder if that's enough mushrooms. You know what? That's going to be enough mushrooms for now. For now. Our 10 minutes is almost up, which means I need to flip. I need to flip the chicken soon. This is a big onion, and I'm not going to be using the whole onion. So let's guesstimate how much we're going to use. I don't want onion to overpower my bao, but I want some flavor in there. It's all about flavor, right? Like getting the right flavor profile. Like a lot of times at home when I'm cooking for my family, it's all about getting as much veg in there as possible to be healthy. Here, I'm actually looking for flavor. That should be, yeah. I thought I could just slice it, but got a little hard at the end here. All right, let's get that out of the way. That should be more than enough onions. I don't need any more than that. 24 seconds. Ginger? Rip? What? What happened? Did I go offline? No. All right. Well, you know what? I'm not going to cut any more veg because you know what I'm going to do? Let's move this to the, actually, you know what I can do? Let's move this to the side. All this stuff can stay. I do want you to see this, right, as I'm cooking. So this was 10 minutes at 450 degrees, right? Got our basting. Got a pair of tongs. It doesn't look particularly appetizing, does it? Flip. And it definitely isn't cooked because it's pink. So this normally cooks for about 20 to 25 minutes. Some of my pieces are huge and they're really thick. So I'm going to let it sit there for a lot longer. And the good news is I did put a lot more chicken than I should have, but they will get smaller. Yeah, that's not cooked at all. What's up, Tubes? How are you? How are you doing today? How you feeling? One more piece to flip. All right. This is where we make a lot of baste, right? So I clearly didn't baste enough my first pass, and I should have made tripled or quadrupled the basting recipe. But this is what we can do, right? While we wait, and while this cooks for another, 5 minutes? Like I'm gonna slather this sauce on. Nice. I took this week off because, well, as you can see, this is going to be a laborious process to cook for, almost 7 or 8 adults and 3 kids. So I'm going to be in the kitchen all day cooking. I'm going to be in the kitchen all day tomorrow cooking, and I'm going to be cleaning the house because everyone's coming over on Wednesday. And then we're having Thanksgiving at my cousin's on Thursday. So it's a lot. Okay, look, there's like no sauce left in here. So I'm going to leave this here, put this back in the oven, and I'm going to have to make another batch of sauce. The other thing I'm going to do, so let's make this now. Since we need to keep basting every time. Oh, 5 minutes. Let's do 6 minutes. 6 minutes. All right, so I'm going to do another 2 tablespoons of oyster sauce. 4. 2, 3, 4. This stuff is super thick. 4 tablespoons of hoisin. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 teaspoon. Oh, 2 teaspoons, right? Soy. This time, I'm just gonna put a couple of dashes of this because we've already added some. I need another spoon for honey. And then I'll use the same spoon for the red bean paste. Well, that's a lot of honey again. Shoot. I wish I had like a plate so I could put my dirty silverware on. Because like now my hands are sticky. And I gotta wash my hands, but I have a towel right next to me, so I'm just gonna use that. What's up, Zach? How are you? Good morning. 6:45. Okay. I'm actually gonna keep this spoon here. And I have to wash my hands because it's just so damn sticky. All right. I'm gonna whisk this again. This should be more than enough because every time I take the chicken out of the oven, I baste, right? So you're supposed to baste this every 5 minutes until the chicken has completely cooked. And that's why the temperature of the oven is so hot, right? 230 degrees Celsius or 450 Fahrenheit. I mean, when you take it out, baste, put it back in for 5 minutes at a time, for the course of a half an hour, you'll eventually cook the inside of the chicken, but then you'll get this nice char from the sugars and the salts of the sauce. All right, that's good. All right, do I have any other veg I need to cut? Yes, I do. I had my ginger. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, the other problem too is that while this is all going on, I still have to roast another batch of chicken, right? So I'm hoping that I have enough chicken for the first batch. So I want a little bit of ginger. Let's take that. I'm not going to overpower my veg. So let me chop off the skin. This is just enough to give it some flavor. I mean, this is more than enough ginger. And I could always substitute powdered, but I'd rather use the fresh stuff. I have to say, guys, I haven't been following basketball that much because football's been on. As soon as football season's done, I'll probably end up turning to hockey because I've been watching hockey lately. All right, so this is done. Guess what? Guess what time it is? You guys are gonna love this. So I'm not gonna show you guys basting the chicken again and again and again. Yeah, you're gonna see the cables dangling around. So. Really? It doesn't like my pan? Is it too big? Maybe I'll have to use a nonstick pan. If this doesn't work, I'll just use the stovetop, but I figured this would be nice to show you. What? Am I drawing too much power? Alright, I guess I can't do this here. I thought I would be able to do this and show you guys. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try one other thing. Hang tight. I'm going to try this. This may or may not work. If this doesn't work, I feel bad because it's like I did this so that you guys would be able to see this better. Let's move my cutting board. First of all, and let's try this again. This will tell me, nope, this won't work. And I'll try this other pan here and see if it works. I mean, this pan's clean. I mean, it's normal use. Yeah, it doesn't like me. All right. You know, I use this all the time for brewing, and then for cooking, it's like you don't want to be used. So, whatever. Get out of my face. So I guess you guys will see the basting part. Now, it's starting to cook. The other thing I'm going to do is move my rack up higher so it's closer to the heating element. I want to really roast this chicken. Sauce. Oh, I need my tongs actually, because they need to be flipped. Some of the juices are starting to come out of the chicken now. It's not as red as I hoped. I'm not going to add food coloring. I mean, that's just silly. But it will get there. I think it's because I'm using when I first made this, I used the Chinese brand of the hoisin sauce, and it was abnormally red. And this time I'm actually using an organic one, which doesn't have. So if you look at the ingredients of the Chinese ones, there's so many preservatives and other like unknown ingredients. Like it's like, why are you adding this stuff? So I went for a more organic approach because I wanted something that's a little bit healthier. And plus, kids are eating this too, right? So I think that's also why this isn't as red. All right. Take your nap. Have a good nap. I wish I had a nap yesterday, man. Oh, yesterday was a long day. We went to go see Frozen 2 yesterday. So one of my wife's friends rented out an entire movie theater so that we could watch Frozen 2 by ourselves. I mean, the theater was full of her friends. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. I'm just gonna say that. The movie was good. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. All right, into the oven again. Only this time higher rack, so I'm hoping that it will char a little bit. Cook it again. I'm gonna end up using the thermometer again. I'm just gonna stick it into the chicken. So I'm gonna have to do something which I wasn't planning on doing. I'm gonna have to cook my veg on the stovetop. So it is what it is. Oh, I should probably mention this too, and I can do this now. So I have my veg cooked up. I'm also going to be adding some sausage, some chicken sausage. Oops. So I have a small little food processor here. It's a little wet, just washed. And this is going to be cooked in with the veg. I'm actually not going to cook it with the veg. I'm actually just going to grind it up. And that's because the steaming, it actually should say right here, it should be, yeah, fully cooked, pork free. So I'm going to cut this. And all I'm going to do is make like ground sausage. And this will serve as my meat for the veggie one. Otherwise, it's kind of unhealthy, I feel like. You're just eating like, it's like meat and bread, like for bao. In this case, like, I had to throw some type of meat in with the veg. So chop this up. Frozen tooth out. Yes. Okay. Well, while that's going, I'm going to heat up my stovetop. I don't have another bowl to put this in. I do, but I'm kind of lazy to get it. Because eventually it's all going to go in this bowl right here. So, once I add my mushrooms, I guess I'll put this in and I'll do the rest. What's up, Bert? I'm not an open kitchen, dude. Could I make that? I could make. I know I can make it. I'm just trying to figure out my schedule on when I would be able to do that. I don't know. I honestly don't know when I'll be able to do that. It won't be for. It probably won't be until end of December, maybe even like the first week of January, like right after New Year's. Just because the holiday season is just so crazy. So I should preface this too. I'm going to be making all these baos. I'm only going to be cooking a couple for lunch. The rest of them are all going into the freezer. So once you make the dough and you fill it with the filling, you could twist it, pop them on a tray, throw them in a freezer, and then when Wednesday comes, I have this bamboo steamer here. Just load up the bamboo steamer, steam them for 20 minutes a pop, and then I should be able to go. It'll make things a lot easier. So I can see my dough's rising already. I don't want to disturb it. Let's just leave it as is. All right, I'm gonna use olive oil. Because I want to sweat out these veg. So first things first. I'll give it another minute. Add some garlic here as well. Get my 3 cloves of garlic here. Yeah, you know what? I'm craving that now, but I'm gonna be having this for lunch. All right, should be hot enough. I can see the oil shimmering. Yeah. Splashy. All right. My finely chopped onions, and actually, let's do this right. All right. You guys don't just need to see me basting my chicken again, basting my meat. You can see my messy kitchen now. I moved my cooking line. How is that looking anyways? Okay, you can see it. What is morning? It's this thing when you, well, I don't want to say wake up and you see this bright yellow orb in the sky, because that's, no, that doesn't always happen. I also realized that I needed to turn on my air purifier so the house doesn't smell. So that's going. Oh, it's. Whew. My oven's a little warm. Onions are sautéing. I mean, I want them to be nice and soft. You know what? It's time to add the bok choy. I'm actually not going to add all of it at first. Let's add that much first. And let's add the mushrooms. And again, I'm only cooking this to sweat this out. I'm not cooking this because it needs to be cooked. It's going to be cooked when the buns are steamed. Yeah, I know. This is what happens also when you fast. Like, because I fast, like I haven't eaten since last night, and I'm starving, and I'm looking at this, and I can't. I wish I could taste test. Right? I wish I could be like, oh, let's see if this is salty enough. Yeah, no, that's not happening. So I kind of have to guess and go by memory about like how much salt to add. Okay, I can definitely add more bok choy. Oh, that's a root. Wow. Okay. That's the base. That's the base. Let's not add those. I'll keep that. Again, I'm not wasting anything, right? Oh, that's thick. I'm not wasting anything. Any pieces that I'm taking out, I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna be making so I make with old chicken bones. I make my own bone broth, and so I kind of load it up with like a bunch of garlic, veg, like. Sometimes I'll keep like scraps and I'll just freeze them so that it'll maintain the nutrients. Sorry. Same. Yeah, oh shoot, I keep meaning to get my coffee, and it's over there in the dining room, and this is what happens when you get super busy and are trying to feed an army, a mini army of people. Okay, flipping chicken. I know the chicken's not done because it's only been, what, 20 minutes? It probably needs like 2 more flips and a basting. 2 more flips and basting. So this is baste 1. I'll take it out, flip and baste 1 more time, and that should be, and then that should be it. What I'll do is I'll shut off the oven. Oh no, I can't shut off the oven because I still have more. Actually, I still have more. I forgot. Cramp. Cramp. Okay, that's enough baste for 1 more. Alright, I'm going to sweat out the water here. Make the veggies all nice and tender. I should probably add my carrots as well, because carrots are notorious for having water and being super crunchy, and you don't want that happening too. So this is going to be a very colorful bao, right? Carrots, mushrooms, bok choy. I'm not measuring. There's no like measurements of like cups of carrots, shredded carrots. I'm just adding. till I feel like it's good. And again, I don't want too many carrots because the flavor of carrots are quite overpowering. So one thing I haven't added yet is my ginger and garlic, and I'll do that in a little bit. Let me get this chicken back in the oven. Gonna go in for another, put 6 minutes. So while that's going, I'm gonna take my sausage out of my food processor and put it in the bowl. Because the sausage is fully cooked, I really don't need to cook it again. I mean, I could if I really wanted to. Yeah, maybe I'll cook half the batch. That way you can get some like charred flavors of sausage. And just mix it in with your the veg, and then I'll mix in the rest of the veg. Okay. And this is a rough chop. I mean, like, I'm not in this to get this like super smooth, like remake the sausage into sausage links again. This is just to get everything ground so I can mix everything together in a nice homogeneous mixture. With my strainer, because I need this later. Okay. How are we doing with the steam on the camera? Good. All right. I mean, this is a problem with cooking, right? It's like I don't want the camera steaming up because then you can't really see. All right, good. My veg is coming along greatly. It's very bigly. Add some garlic. Add 3 cloves of garlic. Again, I'm not going to overpower my veg with a ton of garlic. What I am going to do is I am going to add some soy to this so that it absorbs some of the flavor and cook some of it off. Add my ginger. Mix this in now. It's starting to stick a little bit, so I'm going to turn on the heat. Add some of my sausage mixture. That's good. Get my soy. Because it needs some flavor, right? Where else is it going to get flavor from? Soy. Soy. I'm going to put a little bit of garlic powder in here. I'm using white pepper. I don't want to see the pepper in here. And, I mean, I added some soy. There's some salt from the sausage. I am going to add some salt too, some sea salt. Some sea salt here. The thing is, veg doesn't carry a lot of sodium in it, so gotta fill it back in on its own. Now, one of the things that I could add that I haven't added is sesame oil. Sesame oil, toasted sesame oil would be great in this. However, my nephew has an allergy to sesame oil, so I can't use it here. And I actually have a separate batch of chicken that doesn't have sesame oil. Ooh, a little splash. It's a little liquidy. So I'm going to let this cook and render off some of the liquid while we wait. think it's only steamed over once. All right. Well, we'll keep that there. I'm gonna grab my coffee because I'm hungry. I am so hungry. Man, can you see? Can you see the liquid there? Let me see. Yeah, you could. I guess it's steamed over a little bit. Let me see. Hold on. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, you can see the liquid. There's a lot of liquid in here. Between the veg, the soy sauce. So I'm gonna cook this off. This will be good because the chicken in the oven is gonna come out in 20 seconds. I'll take that out. Baste it one more time, baste one more time, and that'll be it for cooking the chicken. Half an hour at 450 degrees Fahrenheit is way more than enough. I'm cooking it that long because I want it to burn a little bit, right? I want it to char. That's why, well, ironically enough, that's why it's called Char Siu. Cook one more time. Baste. This is, I can tell, this is cooked. And I'll flip them all first before I test the temperature on the thickest piece. Because if the thickest piece is done, then we're in shape. We're in great shape. And then I can put the other pieces on. The other pieces I don't have to worry as much about basting. I mean, that one I can just use for just regular chicken, and if I have to, I'll just make more sauce and toss it in. So get my thermometer, turn this on, let's stick this in, and what are we at? 40. We're at 157, which is really close, almost 70 C. So I'm going to baste, and I'll pop it in one more time, and that should be more than enough. Let me just, liquid's almost gone from this, which is great. And I'm glad that I added the rest of the bok choy because I think it needed it. It definitely needed it. So I have to make another batch of the sauce. And another batch of the sauce is because once the chicken's cooked and cooled, I need to toss the chicken in the sauce before it goes into the buns. So I'm not going to be using it. Because I've touched raw chicken, right, with this bowl. So I'm going to wash this bowl again, and then have to make another batch. Let's kill the heat off our stove. Let's put this in. All right. 7 minutes. Let's. It's okay to overcook this chicken, right? It's gonna be. I want it to be roasted. This is done. Now I just need another tray to rest my chicken on. I have to line this tray with foil as well because this tray is going to be what's used to store the frozen baos. I don't have any other containers. Don't I have another cookie sheet rack? Yeah. I'm like, I know I have more racks. I can smell the ginger. The problem is, okay, this is fully cooked. I want to try it. I want to make sure. I really want to make sure it's salty enough. I'm gonna try it. You know what? It's Thanksgiving week, and it's. I have every excuse to be fat this week, right? So let's see. Gotta get a mushroom and a carrot. Oh, do we have a bok choy piece in here? It's an onion. Oh shoot, I just dropped my carrot. Wow, okay. It's done. It might be a little too salty. But what the difference is that the buns are a little sweet. What? There's a fire at work. Interesting. All right. Yeah, the buns are sweet, and this is just a touch bit salty. So I think it's gonna be perfect. So. It looks like there's a lot of veg in here, but really, it's gonna be a meaty. It's gonna be a meaty bun. And again, whatever I don't use to fill the baos, I can just use to fill like an egg roll wrapper. So we have cooked sausage and not cooked sausage in here. Mix this together. Does the temperature equilibrate a little bit? And you can see there's nice carrots and sausage, bok choy, onions. Again, gotta get the veg in somehow. We're done with this. The other mushrooms, I'll save for another day. I have my veggie pan here. I'll use that. Actually, you know what I can do? While we are waiting, I'm gonna need to cut the chicken when it's done, but it needs to cool a little bit. While it's cooling, while it's still cooking, I'm gonna make the sauce. This time, I am gonna use some cooking wine because it does require it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I know, right? This is like the active kitchen here. You good? You good? Good. All right. So, I always start with the oyster sauce because it's so thick. So again, 4 teaspoons. 1, 2, 3, 4 teaspoons. 4 teaspoons of hoisin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have my spoon? Yes, I do have my spoon for honey. A dash of 5 spice. Oops. Come on. Dash. Dash. Good. 2 teaspoons of rice wine. Or Chinese cooking wine. 1. That's a hefty pour. Actually, and this wine here is actually real wine because it actually contains more than 18% alcohol. The mirin, as fermented as it is, doesn't have that much alcohol in it. Whoops. It's alright, because this is going to go, it's all going to be cooked off anyways, right? I mean, like, I'm not worried. 1. 2. And I do need a new spoon because I'm not sticking fermented red bean paste spoon into honey. It's just, especially when it's like super good, super expensive local honey. My dishwasher's empty. Hey, what's up, Senny? Yeah. Only it's chicken, right? Because I don't eat pork, so. But I'm still basting. I'm still basting the chicken in char siu sauce, and which I'm trying to make right now. So I got the honey. All right, I'm not gonna use this one again. All right, 7 minutes is up. Chicken's done. I'm gonna take the chicken off and put it on the cooling rack so I can load up my next batch. Where's my glove? No glove. No touchy. Oh, here. You guys want to see? Not so red because I chose not to use like, but you can see that piece is charred. Some of it's a little burnt. Maybe I can put it in for like another 3 more minutes. Put it in for 3 more minutes. Let's get that nice char. And I used boneless chicken thighs with the fat on there because you want the fat to burn, right? You want it to be nice and juicy. Did I add everything? Soy, red bean paste, honey. Yep, okay. So here's our sauce. So once I dice up the chicken, the chicken's gonna go into the sauce, gonna toss. That way, all the chicken's just coated in the sauce, and it's gonna be nice and savory and juicy and flavorful. Yeah. Although this red bean paste is really, really chunky, so I gotta really whisk this good. Oh, that sound though. Please Twitch, no bano. it's like the chatterbait when you go like this, and you come up and you're actually whisking. Oh, that's so wrong in so in so many ways. Right? Isn't that what you kids do these days? How are we doing on my timer for the dough rising? Let's see. Look, we still have 56 minutes until the dough is finally risen. So that's great because I'm not even done cooking the chicken yet. Right? So what? I have to say I've probably cooked 1.5 kilograms worth of chicken. So what? That's like 3 pounds. I still have like a pound to go. Okay, the sauce is done. I have a little bit of sauce left over for the next batch. There's only like 2 or 3 pieces left. So I'll use that to baste 1 or 2 times. And if it's not fully basted, I have the bulk of the chicken basted at least 4 times, and it's going to be sitting in this sauce right here. If the last 2 or 3 pieces of chicken isn't fully basted, it's still going to be sitting in the sauce. I'm not sure you're really going to be able to tell, right? Because there's a ton of this sauce to coat all the chicken. So you know what? 15 seconds. Let's kill it. It's cooked enough. All right. Chicken's out. Let's put this on a cooling rack. So another foil-lined baking sheet with some racks so the chicken can cool faster. And again, I want it to cool faster because I want to be able to cut this and mix this in with the sauce. Oh, they're like tiny little pieces in here too. Oh no. You know what that means? That way, the next set I'll know what to do. Ooh, ooh. This chicken's like falling off. It literally is falling off the thigh. It's tender. So let's put this all in here. I actually have to give this a rinse before I do anything else because I can't have soy contaminating. So let's take this out. I can still use the tray underneath. I just need to give this a quick scrub. It's gonna be lovely, right? Lovely. This is also why I have a silicone oven mitt, so that it'll wash off nicely. All right, let me give this a rinse. And again, the reason for this rinse, my nephew has a soy allergy, so I have some chicken that's been marinating in actually just a sweet barbecue sauce. So it's still going to be like a barbecue for him, like in a bun, so he can eat it without having to worry about any like contamination of soy. And you know, I want him to enjoy food too. He's only a year old, so but he can eat, and the bun's going to be soft enough where he can eat it. And I want him to enjoy the food. This is the first, and this is also going to be my first time eating him, right? He's a year old. I haven't met him yet. All right. Hot or not? Not hot. Excellent. All right, scrub this side. And we're good to go for the next batch. And this is perfect timing, right? Because once the next batch is done, next batch of chicken is done, I will have this big batch of chicken chopped up already and ready to go to be filled in the buns. All right. Super hot. Pop this back in. Tray. Okay. So I'm going to put this particular chicken on one side. And I actually have another pair of tongs that I'm going to use. And luckily, this is raised enough where I don't have to worry about any contamination. That's one. So this should, I mean, they're 3, and they are, she's 3, he's 1. So this should be more than enough chicken. That's quite a bit of chicken already for them. Let's leave this here. I have 2 more pieces in here. I will be cooking them on the same sheet, just quite far away from each other. Yeah, I only have 2 more pieces left, so this will be it. This here, I will baste. I'm going to have to make a little bit more basting sauce because I only have enough to baste one side and you need to baste both. All right, so this goes in. I'm going to set this in for 12 minutes instead of the original 10. I want it to burn a little bit. All right. don't touch that. All right. Let's make just a little bit more. This time I'm only making 2. So 1, 2. I'm making half of what I made before because I really don't need a lot. 1, 2. A dash, literally a dash of 5 spice. 1 teaspoon of soy, that's a little bit more than 1. Some rice wine. Going to need another spoon to measure out my honey and my bean paste. Half. Thank you. Like that. Last thing, bean paste. Come on. Here we go. 1 teaspoon bean paste. This is a little bit more than 1. Now I can mix this with a spoon. I don't need. Just remind me not to make any more of the sauce because I really don't need any more sauce. There's only 2 more pieces of chicken left. I'm not even sure I'm gonna need it. Okay. No. No more sauce. Yeah. Why are cooking streams so perverse? Basting my meat. I'm basting my meat. Making my sauce real creamy. I don't know. It's not just me, right? All right. I'm gonna try this tiny piece. Let's see how it is. I probably should have a glass of water first because I just had black coffee. All right. It's a little on the sweet side, which is fine. That just means I need to add a little bit more soy. All right, just a little bit more. And I'll actually add a dash of sea salt to it too, because the bun's already sweet as it is. It's not, and I don't want to say the buns are sweet. They just have like a slightly sweet flavor because I did have to add sugar to it so that the yeast can grow. But I want the chicken to be a little bit salty, right? You want to balance out the flavors. Just like the veggie mixture that I made, you know, it's a little bit more salty than what I had hoped, but I think once you balance out with the bun, like the sweet bun, I think that saltiness will dissipate. All right. All right. I have time now, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put these away. Honey's going away. Cooking wine's going away. 5 spice is going away. I'll keep the soy out just in case. But the hoisin and the oyster sauce are going away. Oh, so I don't know if any of you watch Hot Ones, it's the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. um, anyways, I got their hot sauces, and the Los Calientes one, which is a 5 out of 10. Last night I made some quesadillas, and I dipped it in the sauce, and this sauce is delicious. It's not spicy. Well, I don't think it's spicy at all, but it's such a wonderful blend of their peppers. I don't know. This is my new favorite hot sauce. The other one that I like, since I have some time, is this one. This is a Kitchen Garden Farm. I got this at Whole Foods. I tried this at a brew pub, and I put this on my pizza. It's a habanero sriracha, and it tastes like a really spicy pineapple. So this one was really good too. So okay, so I have the classic here. I haven't opened it yet because it's a 1 out of 10. Really, that's the only reason why I haven't opened it yet. I wanted something spicy. And like this was great. I have the Triple X, the Last Dab. I'm thinking about giving that away for my Yankee swap at work. So someone's gonna get a really, really super hot bottle of hot sauce, which they might not even use. I know it's evil, but I mean, like, that's what I'm thinking about doing. All right, so this is my basting sauce. And actually, I'm gonna baste the other ones too. I know I have another brush in here somewhere. All right, so this is a barbecue sauce from Organic Phil with agave. No sesame, no nuts. I'm gonna use this for my niece and nephew's chicken. I mean, seriously, they're not gonna eat I don't think that's what, like maybe a quarter pound of chicken each. I don't think they're gonna eat that much. And plus, they have the other one too. So put that here. Yeah, I mean, when you watch the show, right, and everyone gets the Los Calientes wings, they're like, "Oh, this is really good." It really is good. They're not just saying that. It's a great sauce. And I mean, obviously, I'm not getting paid by them or anything like that. I'm just saying it because I'm a big fan of their show, and it's so tasty, so tasty. All right, so these have cooled. I know they've cooled quite a bit. So let me just move this cutting board. I have like no more room left on my kitchen. So I have to wash this later. I'm just gonna put this away for now. So the last time I made this was for Mother's Day. And I told my mom, I'm like, "Oh, wow, Mom, I'm going to make you a special lunch. I'm going to make Char Siu Bao." Because my aunt from Seattle flew out, to see us too. And so I thought I would make something special for the both of them. And my mom's like, "Oh, that sounds great. Have you made it before?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Well, what if you fail? Like, what's your backup?" I'm like, "Well, I'll just order a pizza." And she's like, good idea. But I didn't fail. So it was so good. Like, my mom and my aunt ate so much. And I was super happy that they were able to eat that much. And so this time I'm doubling the recipe and making more because it's for more people. So I have a couple minutes where I have like 2.5 minutes left. But I'm gonna start dicing up this chicken, and I'm gonna be mixing it in the sauce. So let's take this off the tray. Paul Rudd's episode is fantastic. He's just like what I loved about that the best was, if you haven't watched it, was when he takes selfies or when he takes pictures of other people. That's the best. So one of the things my mom said was to actually take the chicken. And here's the thing about this too: if this isn't fully cooked, like when I cut down to this deep end here, it's going to be steamed for 20 minutes. right? I'm gonna be cutting this up. No, it's cooked. I'm gonna be cutting this up so small that it will be cooked, right? But my mom said I should cut the chicken into much smaller pieces. Now, I made it really chunky the last time. So what I'm doing is I'm actually gonna cut this into really tiny squares so that it is, and this is the wrong knife, by the way. I should not be using a chef knife for chopping. Um, actually, hold on a second. I don't need this anymore. So, chicken's cool. Plop, 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 fizz, fizz. And I need this. I need this meat mixture ready by the time the dough is ready, right? Because you don't want your dough to overproof. Otherwise, it can become yeasty. It might not have the right consistency. So 2 hours on that dough is more than enough. Yeah, the last one too with Chris and Stuart was great. Like, you know, you like I'm not. I guess I haven't seen a lot of movies with her in it. She's always been the like kind of this actress who has this like brooding face. And like I don't want to say she has like resting bitch face, but like she has this like aura around her, like this mystique. And I can see, that interview shed a lot of insight onto like her character and who she is, and it kind of made her more human. Like I don't know, they're Hot Ones is great, and he does such a great job at asking the right questions or asking questions that make them really think. Right? Okay. I have sauce in my hands now. I gotta wash this off. I'm like, oh no. Let me move this chicken over here so I can put my glove. Yeah. And then woo. All right. The stuff underneath is getting charred, which is a good thing. Ah. Okay, good. No splashes there. Where's my other pair of set of tongs? This is the regular barbecue sauce. All right. So I'm gonna I'll baste this one first. I mean, this is a lot of chicken. No, I think this is almost 5 pounds of chicken. So it'd be almost 2.5 kilograms of the chicken. I did not pour enough barbecue sauce to base this. Oops. Oh well, I can get one. At least this is already made. At least this sauce is already made, so I'm not worried. All right. In the oven for 6 more minutes. I hope it doesn't burn. Like the foil underneath, I hope it doesn't burn. No worries, man. My daughter does not have school today because we have parent-teacher conferences. It's actually conferences day today and tomorrow, so gotta go tonight for parent-teacher conferences. I'm going to see what trouble she's in. And you're probably wondering also, like, I could probably chop this up really, really, like, finely, like, just crudely, but I wanted, like, nice consistent pieces, I guess. Consistent sized pieces. So, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do here. See, this is where the color is deceiving. Like, I'm cutting the chicken, and it looks a little pink, but these are super thin pieces, and if they're roasting at that temperature for for 30 minutes, it's cooked, right? But it's pink because it's the Char Siu sauce, right? I mean, like that gets inside and it marinates the chicken and turns a little bit red. After I cut this, I'm gonna assess. I'm not gonna assess. I know it's not enough because when I'm making 20, if I'm making 24, this definitely won't be enough. So speaking of kitchen gadgets, I did see on Kickstarter there was this tool where you could move your chopped items onto this tray, and the tray folds up, and you can just scoop it up and then like put it into your bowl or put it into the pan or whatever. Like, that's great. I mean, it's great. It's a great idea. I think it's definitely needed. I just don't have a need for it right now. So because this is actually cool, I can actually use my hands. I think let's go with that for now. Let me see. Can I chop it this way? Alright, this is a really thick piece of chicken. So, yeah, it's alright. It's cooked. Again, if it isn't cooked, I'm not worried because it's going to be cooked again. And that's part of the reason why the sausage mixture and the veggie filling, I only cooked half of it because the other half's going to cook in the steamer. I mean, the steamer gets really hot, right? And it cooks for 20 minutes in there, which is more than enough time to cook. That's boiling water, right? So it's going to heat up pretty fast. And it's not like you can stuff these baos full of filling, right? Because they have to fit a certain size so that they fit in the steamer. So I'm dump this into the bowl. Bloop bloop. Okay. That was work. Luckily, I don't have to do anything, but it's nice to know what's going on. There's actually day too, and I just can't go because one, I took a vacation day, but two, it's also during my parent-teacher conferences, so there's no way I can dial in for a WebEx. What's up, Q? What's going on? So I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Here's a bunch of chicken, right? Let me wash my hands. A bunch of chicken mixed in with some Char Siu sauce. Oh, perfect timing. Look what's beeping. All right. Toasty. Okay, so you can see that's barbecue sauce. And if I can turn this, that's our Char Siu chicken. flip. So that's the first flip. It's going to have to be, so it's been in the oven for about 16 minutes now. So it'll have to be in there, this one, and then one more flip. So it'll go in for another 6 minutes, and then it'll be flipped one more time, and then go in for 6 more minutes, and then we're done. And actually by that time, yeah, we have 28 minutes left on our timer for our dough. So let's baste our regular barbecue chicken. I know you guys can't see this right now. I'm not going to move the camera every time I baste my meat. Lube up the meat. I should start a cooking show, a cooking stream. It's called Dirty Cooking with Buck. Right, let's mix this up. Let's coat this chicken, and let's see where we're at here between our sauce to chicken ratio. Stir fry. What kind of stir fry? Like, what type of meat are you using? What type of veggies are you using? Oh no, this might not be enough. Actually, you know what? Whatever I don't have enough of, I'm going to use from that other sauce over there, because I'm not worried if it's not cooked, because I'm going to be cooking it, right? I'm not really worried about risk of salmonella contamination. Okay, so this is done. I can cut. So I'd say in a typical bao, about 2 tablespoons worth of chicken. I mean, that's quite a bit of chicken because the baos are supposed to be like this big, fairly round. What is that? 3 inches in diameter. So we're not supposed to have a lot. Maybe I'll cut. You know what? I'll cut. I'll cut one more. I'll cut one more. I've been making plain boring stir fry. I'm going to say something interesting. So what I like to do, and okay, so I'll tell you what my daughter's favorite veg in stir fry is. She loves either broccolini or bok choy. Cut up fairly. The broccolini I only just cut in half. For the bok choy, I cut into bigger, I guess, bite-sized pieces. And I stir fry them over high heat. And just until they're, I don't want to say they're tender, but they're cooked. The greens are I would cook them just until the greens are somewhat soft. Right? I would add just a bit of garlic, and I would add to the hot pan, right, just some soy sauce. Probably a good 3 or 4 tablespoons worth of soy sauce. And then you just cook for like the next 2 or 3 minutes. You cook the bok choy in that sauce and let it absorb all the flavors. And then that's it. Or the broccolini. Simple. As far as sauces are concerned, for meats, if you want like an infused soy sauce, I would say take like a 1/4 cup soy sauce, mince up 2 cloves of garlic, and mince up 1 inch piece of ginger, and then heat that. So like I would say, and it so take a small saucepan, add a tablespoon of toasted sesame oil, heat that up, then add your garlic and ginger until it's fragrant, and then I would add your soy sauce, and then simmer for about 5-10 minutes, and that way you have nice garlic ginger infused soy sauce. You can try that. Have you used oyster sauce before? So something that's good: sweet peas, carrots, green beans. So green beans I usually make it simple. Olive oil, pan fry my green beans like over high heat, and just as I'm about to take the beans off, I add 4 or 5 cloves of minced garlic, and toss that in with the beans. So just so you can get the garlic flavor, salt, and no sauce with the beans. I haven't really touched oysters in your regard. Okay, so let me grab my oyster sauce. So oyster sauce is great for um, veg. So this one, I got this at Whole Foods. This is the gluten-free version, I guess. I don't know. It's water, sugar, salt, oyster extracts, which is oyster, water, salt, modified cornstarch, and caramel color. So there's not a lot of ingredients. It's salty, it's thick. If you want to make like a gravy, like a kind of like an Asian gravy out of it, um, I would use some oyster sauce, just a touch of soy, maybe like a tablespoon of water and some cornstarch. Mix that together, and if you toss that mixture in with your veg, it'll make like a really thick, salty, hearty gravy. You can get oyster sauce at your local grocery store. Not local grocery store, but like your local Asian market, I would say. I actually don't think this is enough chicken. Oh shoot, I forgot to set a timer! Ah. You know what? I'm gonna flip it because it's getting charred. I actually don't remember when I last said it. So you know what? This last batch, I'll let this sit for a little bit longer than 8 minutes. Maybe 8 minutes would be enough. And then once I kill the oven, that should be enough. All right. So there's extra sauce in here. My barbecue chicken actually is charring nicely. So they'll be happy with some nice charred chicken. This is the last baste, so let's use up this barbecue sauce. Okay, that's done. 8 more minutes. Set a timer this time. Show me your veg. Oh, I'll show you my veg. That's my veg mix. I would say, so one of the bok choys that I didn't use, this is a good size. So about half, 3/4 inch thick, right from the root. That's a really good size because you want it to be crunchy, right? You don't want it to be overcooked. Yeah, I really don't know the most part when I'm making stir fry. And that's fine. So plain veg oil is great. If you want just a little bit of extra flavor, most grocery stores sell this. It's toasted sesame oil, and it's toasted because you can see the color. Sorry. Maybe I should go. How can I show this? There. It's like a dark brown. I have regular, unrefined expeller pressed sesame oil, and you can see the color. It's quite light. Not a lot of flavor. The toasted sesame oil, which is just sesame seed oil, has a lot more flavor to it. And you don't need a lot, right? You need like a teaspoon to like 1 or 2 teaspoons of it to really enhance the flavor. So if anything, if you want to start adding things, I would add sesame oil first, and then start cooking your veg in that and tasting it. And if you like it, then I would say add some soy. When I make fried rice, one of my secret ingredients in fried rice is mirin. It's a sweet rice cooking wine. So once everything's mixed together, the veg, the rice, the meat, I add this at the very end, just to give it a little bit of extra flavor to it. Yeah, I love mirin. Mirin's like my favorite cooking wine. I add it to a lot. You know, I do have. I don't have rice though, and I don't have room to bust out the rice cooker right now. I'm actually gonna cook. I'm actually gonna cut one more piece of chicken because I know that this isn't enough now. Now that I've like measured a spoonful out, I do need to add one more. And luckily, I have 4 more pieces left. Although what I would really like to do is use one piece for ramen. Using pre-cut veg is fine too. I'll be honest with you, when I make fried rice, I like to add peas to it because peas are actually, a lot of people don't know this. Peas are great, even though they have the high sugar content. They're really high in protein. Like your typical like quarter cup serving has like 6 grams of protein in it. And there's a lot of fiber. So despite the high sugar content, you're getting fiber, you're getting protein. I mean, I think peas are a great, well-balanced veg source. I mean, so is broccoli, right? But broccoli has a lot more antioxidants. But I love peas. So let's see. You can see my non-sauced chicken versus my sauced chicken. It's not as red. I mean, there is one way to make it red, right? I could add paprika to it. You're right. It is much easier to get frozen pre-cut. I feel like if you get frozen though, if you want like the crisp of the stir fry like you get at restaurants, you need to use fresh, right? So if you want like a crispy pepper, you're not gonna get that from a frozen pepper. You need to get it fresh. So actually, you know what I can do? Since I still have my veg cutting board, let's move this. Let's move this chicken. I can move this. No, I'm gonna keep this frying pan because we're gonna use this. I'm gonna use this sauce since we're done, and I'm gonna dump the rest of this sauce into my mixture because we're gonna end up cooking this chicken anyways. Whether today or whether when I steam it on Wednesday. The other thing I need to do too is I need to get a pot of water and gotta get that boiling. So let's let that soak for a little bit. Oh no, I need that. All right. Here, let's do this. Let's do this, Zach. So I have some bok choy here, and this is when I didn't use it from before when I made my veg mixture. I'm not going to add the mushrooms. I'm not going to keep the stem. Stem I can use later. All right, I'm not going to do mushrooms. I have another baby bok choy, so let's do this quickly. And luckily, all right, I'll wait till you get back. I'll wait till Zach gets back, and I can do this part with him. Because stir frying bok choy isn't that hard. Let me recycle my mirin. forgot to close the rooms in the house so the house doesn't smell. So. Okay. 13 seconds left. Actually, you know what? Let's kill the oven. We're good. Oven mitt. Woo! Okay. Toasty. Wow, that's burnt. Let's take a look, guys. Haha, it's burnt underneath just because all the sauce is and the fat's dripping. And this is why I lined my baking sheet with 2 layers of foil. I'll use that. Whoa! Whoa! That was not supposed to happen, but alright. I picked up that chicken and I squeezed it just a little bit with the tongs and it just squirted on me. I'm a little excited. I actually need a separate plate now for the barbecue chicken. I don't want to put it in the same place as the sesame. So let's do that. Let's keep that separate. And again, where's my fork? Let's watch what I have in the sink first, since everything's cooling. And I still need to wait for my dough. I mean, I need the cutting boards anyways. I need the cutting boards. Do I need the cutting boards? Not really. Oh, maybe the garbage truck. Right, oven's off. This is clean. Let's put this down here to dry. In the meantime, let me load up my dishwasher. Because I don't want to do dishes by hand. Dough hook. Spoons. Food processing blade. All my spoons. So many spoons. So many spoons. Alright. Let's load up the dishwasher real quick while we wait for Zach to come back. That way we can do a quick intro to stir frying bok choy. Alright, because we have time, I think. Let me check my timer. Oh, robot error. That's not good. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left on our dough. Ooh, Alright, let's... Ah, shit, that's hot. I mean, what's funny is that, like, there's a lot of cooking shows that show cooking, but you don't see any of the mistakes, right? Like, I just burnt myself, and I'm like, oh, that's hot. Like, I like to see mistakes. I like to see people... I mean, I actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say I like to see people getting burnt, because I don't want to see people getting burnt. It's never fun. But it just, you know, we're human, right? Oh, wow, this leaked out a bit. Woo! So what I'm doing is I'm trying to, the double layer of foil that I put on my baking sheet is like burnt. You can see the burnt. And the problem too is that the trash man, the garbage man just came. So this is gonna go right into the trash. this is still hot. So I'm waiting for Zach to get back. We'll chop some bok choy, and I'll stir fry it really quick. It shouldn't take long at all. It should take like maybe all of like 10 minutes. So I'm not too worried. Do I need foil again? Not quite sure. Hopefully he comes back soon. Let me get my... Let's get our colander out. Let's move this back a little bit so I have a little, I just need an extra inch of room. I have my pan here, which I've used before. Let's take a look at our dough. It looks great. Started off as a small ball. You can see that it's fluffed up quite a bit. I'm wondering too, let me open up the oven a little bit too, because it's cold today, and since the oven's been on, you might as well just leave the oven open for free heat, right? I mean, I've already paid for the electricity. Might as well just harvest the heat from it, right? So let me put this here. I'll show this piece too. So that's a good sized piece. Oh, I went to the chiropractor today because my neck was killing me. I haven't been in a movie theater in so long. I think the last movie I saw in the theater was Aladdin. The new like live action remake. So I went from like Aladdin to Frozen 2, and then the next one will be Star Wars. I actually can't wait for Star Wars to come out. This is the only problem with cookie sheets. Like having cookie sheets or cooking meat on cookie sheets. Wow. Cooking meat on cookie sheets, because the fat and the char gets in between the grates, and it's just a pain to clean. And a dishwasher won't get it all out. That's the problem. No matter how many times you run in the dishwasher, it just sticks on there. So it's a lot of scrubbing. You back yet, Zach? Maybe not. I can wait. What's going to happen soon is the dough is going to be ready, and I'm going to have to start rolling it out and start forming our buns. And once I start rolling the dough out, I'm actually going to start boiling some water, because we need to start steaming. Flip this pan over. I have to buy another one of these, like cookie sheets. Not cookie sheets, but like the cooling racks. And I'll have to buy another cooling rack. I mean, just use one specifically for meat. I'd rather not, because it's such a waste of a cookie sheet. That's gonna soak for a little bit. He's not back yet. Oh my god. How much time do we have left on our timer? 3 minutes. Oh. What I can do in the meantime, how hot is this pan? Still hot. I don't know where to put this right now. I got an idea. There we go. It's gonna need some room. Unfortunately, my kitchen isn't the biggest in the world. And if I had a dream kitchen, I'd be doing live stream cooking more often. But I don't. So let's move to the veg right now. I'll keep this aside until Zach gets back, and then I can do a quick veg demonstration. So I'm gonna put this pea milk away. Red bean paste needs to go away as well. Don't need soy anymore, so I can actually put that away. What I do need, oh, where did I put it? Did I put it away? Yeah, I did. I need my flour. I'm gonna need this real soon. Now I have to cut this chicken. I actually just washed the cutting board, so I'll be all set. I was gonna say I'm gonna need to cut that chicken on a separate cutting board, so it's not contaminating with anything else. The only other thing I'm gonna need give us a quick rinse. So it's almost time to make our bao buns. So I have our dough. I have a dough knife. Just gonna chop the dough. I have our flour here. I do need, however, a rolling pin. Oh, where is it? Oh, I can't find it. Well, I was going to tell you a secret. I actually use my daughter's rolling pin because it's a wooden rolling pin from her play kitchen to roll out the buns, the dough, because it's actually small. Oh, timer's up. All right, it's small, and wielding this big here, it's just a mess. Like especially when these buns aren't that big. So, all right. So one thing I do need to do, I need to take this chicken and put it away. So let me put this other Char Siu chicken away, and if I need it, it's here. Right? If I need it for more filling, I only have 4 more pieces left. So if it's not enough, well, it's not enough. Throw those tiny pieces in. So. First things first, bao buns. Because I'm freezing half of these, I need to actually line my baking sheet with parchment paper. And I'm gonna need this. All right, it's time to roll out the dough, people. Oh man, why is cooking so dirty? Where's manna? When you need. That's all we need. All we need is manna to make some comments. Now look at this dough. It is super fluffy, super light. It's risen in more than double its size. So we're ready to roll this out. And with the oil, poof, look at that. Look at that. Perfect. I'm actually going to lightly dust the top because I don't want too much oil. Okay. So I'm actually not gonna need this much. So I'm gonna take this. I'm actually gonna roll this out like this. Okay. This is super, super big. So what I'm gonna do is stretch this out. This doesn't need to be that thick. Okay. So we're looking at what, like 2 inches in diameter? And what I'm gonna do, go like this. Cut. And I'm gonna roll them up into small little balls. And I'm gonna place them to the side. About an inch wide each. All right. Oh, oh crap! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! All right. About an inch, and each one of these is going to be a bao. So you can see. Let's actually start to make a row here. And I should probably roll these up. Oh, you're back! All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually what I can do is let these proof twice. So I'm going to let these proof twice. Let me cut these the dough, right? And what I'll do is I can do a quick stir fry of some bok choy, some leftover bok choy that I have. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just so this is for my visual cue because I want to know how many I'm making. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, 10. Oh. Wow, I can count. All right. Dough. I'm going to stretch this out so that's about 2 inches in diameter and cut them about an inch apart. And this is supposed to make about 50, right? Some, I mean, some of it's not going to be as even, but roll this out. And if it's a little small, it's a little small. I don't want to make large baos because then I can't fit them in my steamer. And if it doesn't fit in my steamer, well, we got a problem. Okay. Oops, there goes my laptop. Actually, you know what I can do? Let's do this. Because I know the dough's not going to stick on the parchment paper. So let's Put them here. I rolled up some of them. And you know when I realized that I probably shouldn't have rolled them up. What this can do now is this can rise a little bit to just get a little bit bigger. I'm not looking to make these huge, but I'm looking to get a little bit more air, a little bit more volume. So I'm double proofing this, and you don't have to double proof your bao buns. These are a little bit bigger. Maybe those can be my lunch. Well, there's something in my recycling bin. So we're probably going to get a little bit more than 50. So let's hope that maybe I'll make some bigger ones then. Double proofing means you're letting it rise 2 times. So let me get some flour. Let me dust this area so that. So basically, like, you know how our dough rose, like you add yeast, the yeast grows and creates air, and your dough rises like pizza. Same thing. We're kind of making like a bread, right? Like here. Okay. A little bit more than 10, which is fine. I mean, if it's 8 people and I have, like, if there's 8, wait, no, there's, how many adults are there? 8 adults and 3 children, so 11. If I make like 55, that's like 5 baos each. That's not a lot. Well, I guess it is. All right. Now, since I have some time, let's let it proof. So I'm gonna let it sit. Grab a tea towel or whatever towel that you have. Just let it cover. Just cover it. Cover it lightly. Another towel here. We'll let this other set proof here. Right? This can go into the dishwasher. All right, Zach. Let's get you some bok choy, some stir-fried bok choy. And I can eat this. Let's make sure that I can get my cable out though. Where's my wire? Make sure that it's not like resting on the pan. Okay. All right. We good? No. There. So I'm gonna use that same pan, but I'm aiming for a size like this, about like an inch wide. So this is your typical bok choy from the grocery store. Don't need the end. I'm saving it for a stock though. I haven't washed this yet, so towards the butt end of the veg, I'm cutting it fairly thin because it's thicker, right? It's thicker at the stalk. But as I move up the neck of the veg, you can see I'm cutting a little bit thicker. Even thicker here. And for the leaves, I usually just do a broad double cut. So the leaves, I get 2 batches. Okay? Here's my colander. So what I can do is take this, the stalk, I'm just going to break this up. I'm not going to use that part. So you have this, going to give this a quick wash. Again, the inside of the bok choy is dirty. So I usually wash after I cut. So we're done with our cutting board. Wash that a little bit. Next thing's next. This is a medium-high heat right now. medium-high heat. I'm going to get, canola is pretty good at heat capacity. I have avocado oil because it has a high heat of, can you see it? 500. So it's great for sauteing. Did it? Why did it censor you? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna let this heat up. But I'm gonna wait till it gets really, really hot. In the meantime, I can put my gloves away. I don't need foil. What I'm gonna do, because I am gonna make some baos for lunch. I need to get a pot, and this pot's for water. Because my laptop is sitting on the bamboo steamers right now. Now this pot should, the more water you have in the pot to steam, the longer it's going to take to boil to get that steam. So I would say you can start off with half a pot and then have a kettle ready with boiling water so that when you need more hot water, you can just pour the boiling water into the pot. I'm only steaming this for myself. I'm only going to do like a third. Let me put this to the side. How is this heat-wise? It's warm. I can feel the heat. I'm like 1.5 inches from the pan. And for this, it's just going to be simple, right? I'm just going to do bok choy and soy sauce. Maybe a dash of pepper. So I can actually see the residual oil from the chicken cooking. So I want enough oil just to coat the bottom of the pan. Okay. So that's shimmering. Let me put my oil away while the oil heats up. You don't need to drain your bok choy well. If you do drain it well, it prevents oil splashing, right? Because this is super high heat right now. So, grab my stalks. You can see it sizzling. Oh, there goes one. And again, we're cooking till what? We're cooking until the leaves have just started to wilt. Hey Mel. Yeah, well, I'm doing a quick tutorial on stir fry bok choy with just bok choy, soy, and a little bit of oil. So leaves haven't started wilting yet, but they're starting to turn a little bit green. I got my soy ready, so we'll just wait. Okay. Not sure you can see, but that's a bright green. And you can see the leaves are starting to curl. Right? We're almost done. I'm still at medium-high heat. I'm actually not taking it off. That's about a tablespoon. I'll do 1.5 tablespoons of soy. Keep it on the high heat for just another minute. You don't have to. I add a touch of pepper. And this is really ultra fine ground. A pinch of salt, because the soy is not enough. Now you can see that some of the ends here have soaked up some of the soy. And at the very end, and this is where I mentioned the sesame oil. I mean, there's not a lot of veg here, so I'm gonna
It's a trap!
Thanks for the host, Mel. I added maybe just like a half a teaspoon of sesame oil. You kill the heat. I'm not pouring this out because I don't want excess soy or excess oil in with the veg. And this is where, if you have oyster sauce, you can use oyster sauce instead of soy. It's a little bit thicker, and it'll actually stick to the veg better. So you'll actually have more flavor than your traditional soy. But this is a very, very quick and simple, just like stir fry of, oh crap, stir fry of bok choy. Wait, what? About green? Yeah, it's 12. It's almost 12 here. Hey. So if you look at this, so I'll break this in half. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to bite into this now. But it still has a crunch. It's salty enough, so it's not overpowering, and has a ton of flavor. Right, so you're not losing a lot of the nutrients from the veg. You're still getting that crisp, but it's cooked just enough. Yeah? So you can apply the same principles to green beans, broccolini, something where you want crisp in your veg, and so you don't want to overcook it. So, while our stovetop is still hot, I need to boil this water for our bamboo steamer. Luckily, I have a lot of baking racks in the sink, so I'm not. All right. So, now you asked the question, Zach, about double proofing. I mean, these are about 1-inch rounds. You can see they've already risen in size. And you can see here, the dough has almost doubled in size in just like the 10 minutes I spent, pan frying the bok choy. So let's do this. Let's get some flour. We're gonna liberally coat. We're gonna take our first round. Just gonna pinch till it's round. Roll, flip, roll. I mean, these don't have to be perfectly round, right? I mean, if you're really anal and going for aesthetic, sure, go for it. Ooh. I need to get my parchment paper. So this is going to be going, am I going to do one steam? Let's do one. All right, so excuse the movement of the laptop because my laptop is actually resting on my bamboo steamers. So we need to coat the bottom of the steamer in parchment paper. This prevents, so just coating this in parchment paper isn't enough. I'll have to actually coat this in oil so that our buns don't stick. So I'm gonna make two veg and I'm gonna make 2 char siu. All right. So this first one will be veg. So here's our veg filling that we made earlier. Half cooked sausage, half not cooked sausage, carrots, bok choy, oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and onions, and a touch of garlic and ginger. Right? So I'm going to take about a tablespoon, maybe not even a tablespoon, right? Because you really can't fit a lot in here. And you can see how much actually fits in a bao, right? Pick this up. Some people like to pleat, where you go where you fold over, and I'm absolutely terrible at pleating, so this is not going to look very good at all. I might have overfloured my dough, so where it's not going to stick. Okay, tuck everything in, and I'm going to seal up the top with a little twist. All right, so that's one. Next one, and I have to make, what, 50 of these? You have to make 50 of these today, so hooray! Again, you don't want to overfill. That's the only problem with these, is that you definitely don't want to overfill these buns. Otherwise you're in for a world of trouble. So here's another way that I've also closed these up. Yeah. Searing is good too, as long as it's quick. Another way to close up baos that I've learned is you kind of fold them like a square, pinch, right, do a little twist, and you can see the corners here. Almost looks like a little pocket. Then I fold up the corners. No particular order. And again, oh shoot, no, that one didn't seal too well enough. Little twist. So these two are veg. I wish I had some food coloring. I don't know where my food coloring is. Our char siu, our chicken char siu. Okay. Same thing. I'm gonna roll this one up. This is a thick boy. There we go. Again, you can't fit a lot of meat in here. It just, if you want a nice even bun, it's not gonna work. Oh, water should be on high, not medium high. All right, so I'm gonna do the first way, where I'm gonna pinch the corners and then double pinch the corners. Now this is where food coloring helps, so you can actually tell which baos are what, because when I start to make 50 of these, I'm going to have a hard time telling the veg ones from the chicken ones. More pockets, yeah, more pockets. All right, so this one isn't as round. This is my lunch today, so I'm not really, I really don't care. That's too much. Now it's, need to bind. Now the pinching method, again, I hate pinching. Growing up, I used to make dumplings with my grandmother, and I was never ever good at pinching. Well, I can hear my water boiling. That's great. I think I might have overfilled this one because it's definitely not wanting to close. So this one's a little sloppy. They look tiny, right? They're not that big. Do I have a banana for reference? Oh, here, you know what? Here's a Prosecco cork for reference, right? That's the size of it. have our steamer. I'm going to drizzle some oil. Lightly rub this in. All right, steam's coming out from our pot. These are our 2 Char Siu ones. These are our 2 veg. My Sour Patch Kids are covering the lid. Pop on the lid. And let's see if I can finagle the camera. No? No? Maybe not? Maybe the flour. There. Set this on top, 15 minutes. In the meantime, 15 minutes, I gotta start rolling. So, I don't know how I'm gonna roll out. I guess some of these are gonna have to be double proofed, triple proofed, because by the time I fill up a cookie sheet of them, they might have risen by then. Okay, so let's do the chicken ones first, right? Since I have a chicken right in front of me. See, that's a good piece. This one right here, that one's just a little bit charred. So because I have to make so many, I'm not gonna pleat. At this point in time, the name of the game is time and speed. Right? I don't have time for pleating. I just need to get this done before my dough rises even more to the point where it gets too yeasty, and you don't want that to happen. So I have a lightly floured surface here, so I'm just gonna start putting my little buns up there. Worst comes to worst, you know, if I can't use all this chicken, I mean, it's gonna go into ramen. So I got some fresh ramen noodles today from the grocery store, and you know, with the leftover oyster shiitake mushrooms, actually with that bok choy, and this chicken, add some shredded carrots for color, and you have yourself a nice little lunch. That's a little too much flour. All right, I don't know if you can see the steam behind me over here, but this thing is roaring. And again, this is also why it's good to have a pot of water or a tea kettle with water or an electric kettle. So if you do run out of water, you're not burning the bottom of your pan, which I've done before, and it smells. So luckily, this is my second time making it, and I'm not futzing my way through like the carbonara. At least the carbonara, like I had research beforehand, so I knew somewhat how to make it, even though I've never made it before. This I've made before, so I'm not as worried. What I am worried about is just time, right? Just time before these buns like start to re-rise again. And this particular dough is over floured again, and it's not quite sticking. And the first set that I cook is always a test, right? Did I roll my dough out too thin? Is it too thick? Did I put too much filling? Or is it not enough? And that's why the first set is my lunch. Because I can eat mistakes, but when you are serving and are hosting, you kind of don't want those mistakes to come out. this one's like an elliptical bun. What happened? This one's a big one. It's a big boy. Put a little bit more filling here. The other good part about this pinching method is that it actually leaves a little bit of air holes so that the chicken can breathe. If you've seen the food I eat, mistakes don't matter. that is very true. But I mean, like, again, right? I'm hosting 8 adults and 3 kids, right? I mean, like, there's a high expectation from my family being Asian. There's a high expectation of food quality, and because I don't see my sister that often, that expectation is even higher. What's up, Sam? What's going on? I have 9 minutes left on the steamer. What happened to this dough? It's like it's pinched in the middle. A lot of these have air pockets in the middle. I've noticed, if you look over here, and this is the other thing, right? I hope that doesn't affect the final outcome of these buns. So you can see that I'm starting to roll these all out. The nice thing about this is that I'm prepping. I'm not steaming all these today. So once they're rolled out and pocketed, I can throw these right into the freezer. And on day of, on Wednesday, I just boil my pot of water and pop these in the steamer. So I can cook 8 at a time. And unfortunately, 8 at a time at 15 minutes per 8. I mean, it's going to be a long morning, but Wednesday I also need the bacon apple pie. Yeah, the joys of cooking for family. But you know what? It's worth it. Like it's just, I don't know. Like I know my daughter loves these. She's already told me I don't want the veggie one. I just want the chicken. I was like, no. You need to eat the veggies. You need to have veggies in your diet. So let's see how that goes over on Wednesday. Yeah, I know it's been a while. Just doing some cooking for like pre-Thanksgiving. Look over where? Over here? I think I was referring. Okay, so let me try this hand roll one. That's a lot. I think I put a little too much in there. Yeah, that's way too much. It might not be too much for you. Like, you guys might be looking at this like, wow, that doesn't look like it's a lot, but it really is. So these end up being really filling. This is way too small. I'll use this one as a kid's one. Not my daughter's, but my niece or my nephew, because maybe she'll probably eat like 4 of these. Yeah, I know. It's hard. And again, like, because the chicken is a little sweet, it's like a Asian barbecue chicken. That's why I think she likes it. I end up putting a little bit of, maybe a little too much honey in these, so they're a little sweeter on the sweet side. Again, I'm not like going for restaurant quality or restaurant style like looks here. I'm just folding it up for functionality. All right, so that's 10. 10. Oh. Oh. But luckily, you guys weren't here to miss all the dirty jokes, the dirty cooking jokes, because it was like bad. Like, basting meat. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I think it's 6. All right. So that's that. This will sit over here behind me. While I continue to roll out more. Oh no! Some of the dough is sticking. Well, the other one does have chicken in it, so it's a chicken. I used a chicken sausage. Oh, see, this is where the hole in the middle actually works to my disadvantage. The other one has chicken sausage. Half of it's cooked, half of it isn't. And then it has a lot of veggies, like it has bok choy, onions, carrots. Bok choy, onions, carrots. Garlic, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of ginger, oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. So as soon as I'm done with this, I'll just put them here. So I'm gonna do. I don't know how many I'm gonna do. I need to start lightly dusting these because I don't want them sticking to each other. I feel like also for some I roll, some I don't. I don't know. It's just, I guess it's however the dough feels. Or the dough feels. Oh shoot, I think I filled this one too much too. If the dough feels a little too delicate, I'll stretch it out by hand, and if it feels like it's sturdy enough, then I will definitely roll out with a pin. Like this feels sturdy enough. It's a nice big round. As long as it doesn't stick on me. See? I'm surprised my cat isn't out because I'm cooking. Watch, as soon as the buns come out and I start to take a bite, he'll come out. Besides cooking, working. So I refinished my basement and I moved my office from the 3rd bedroom to the basement. So I did a lot of drywall, electrical, insulation work. I did that all myself. I just put up some trim in the doorway, and now I have wood in my garage that I will be using to make a barn door to close up the utility room where the furnace is, the oil furnace. So I'm going to make 18 of these first, and then I'm going to switch up and make another 18 of the veg. And we'll see where we're at as far as filling is concerned. And no, this one. See, this one wasn't behaving. This one definitely wasn't behaving. I have 2 minutes left, guys. 2 minutes left, and you can see what the finished product looks like. So I can probably do this one, and then take a look at. It's almost like a pizza dough, like a mini little pizza. So other ways, so I'm going to mention this now, other ways that you can serve this. Some people just roll this out and steam it as is. And then you take this and you put your filling in and you fold it up like a sandwich. Traditionally, it's in this pocketed bun form. It's like it's like an Asian hot pocket. That's steamed, not baked. There's no cheese. So I just recently purchased Star Wars: The Fallen Jedi. That has been fantastic. Um, I'm terrible at the game because it's a third-person sword fighting game, like Dark Souls apparently. And I've never played a Dark Souls before, so I wasn't used to the mechanics of the game. But the story's fantastic. I mean, because like, just I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, so I love it. I love it for the story. It's a lot of fun. Um, Even though it's made by EA, there's no DLC. There's no purchasable cosmetics. Um, Everything you get, what you get, is found in game. Okay, so I'm not cooking anymore, so I'm gonna shut that off. Let me pinch this. Let's bring the camera over here. So what I'm gonna do. It's hot. So these are a little smaller, and I wonder if it's because I double proofed them, or maybe because I didn't use as much dough. Thanks. It's good seeing you again. So, I wish I had another pair of tongs, but I'm gonna use my hands. So let's take a look. These two are the chicken. These two are the veg. Because I oiled my parchment paper, they come right off. So one thing to look at, the dough's a little bit thin on the bottom because I can see the chicken. But it's okay. I'm not as worried. I can see the veg. I can see the veg. So this is going to sit for a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to put this back. I'm not cooking anymore. That'll be my lunch. What time is it? Noon. Perfect. 12 noon on the dot. Aren't you guys having dinner soon? I said you. I'm saying you guys in general, as far as EU people. 6. 6 at night. So that means it's 9 for Zach. You eat dinner at work? Wait, Gresson, you're at Novartis, right? You're at Novartis, right? Oh no, I filled this way too much. This is gonna be stretched. This is gonna be a big boy for. This is gonna be a big surprise for somebody. Oh, I'm folding off camera. Shoot. Yeah, I want. You were at Novartis, right? I forgot which company you were working for. Where were you at? You're not Astra. Hold on. Let me. Yeah. Okay, Novartis. Okay. Oh. Okay, you are at Astra. Okay, never mind then. Hey, hey. No, I went to go get beers with my carpool mate from who works at Novartis, and we were just talking about work and how he's been traveling a lot to Switzerland. Basel. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I made an extra one, so I have 19. Shoot. All right, well, it's time to start making veg ones. I can't eat the bao yet because it is super hot. So what I can do is move that to the side. I'll grab this. This is our veg slash sausage mixture. Yeah. For your OCD-ness, I need to make 20. But if I make 18, if I make 19 and 19, that makes 38, right? That's pretty even, right? I probably should have mixed an egg with this mixture so that it binds pretty well. I think that's a mistake that I made. Neat. All right, so let's. Well, what I'm going to need to do now is make 21 because I have the rows of 3. That's the problem, right? I can make. Yeah, I'm going to make 21. So I'll make 2 more chicken. Yes. What? There's nothing wrong with odd numbers. 21's not prime, but. All right, once I make these other 2 Char Siu ones, then I'm gonna take a bite of the other of the cooked ones, and we'll take a look and assess flavor profile. It's not my fault that I'm trying to keep these rows nice and orderly, and so yeah, I don't know if I can fit one more. I don't want them to be overcrowded because when they freeze, I don't want them sticking together. So right now, rows of 7 work. So I have 3 rows of 7. And I don't want to have one extra that's just not going to fit in a row. Again, I didn't stretch this dough out as well as I wanted to. Come on. Well, I'm glad that these are a little bit smaller because between this, I'm also making an apple pie. So, all right, let me rinse my hands real quick. Let me move this. Let me give my hands a rinse. What? All right. So let's do a cross section. Neat. Dough's nice and light, has a nice spring to it. The sauce that I made to mix in with the chicken was a little salty. So the sweetness of the dough didn't balance that out. So I'm afraid of what's going to happen with the veg one. Again, the dough's nice and soft. Yeah. Well, I'm just anal when I cook. This one's great. This one tastes like this one almost tastes like I just dipped the bun itself into a bowl of ramen broth with the veggies in it. It's really good. I like the veggie one better. Although, you know, the flavor of this is great, but I think this one's more well balanced. That's it for now, for eating. Because I have a lot more work to do. I just got a piece of ginger, which was a very nice surprise. So I think I need to. Are you gonna see if between stuff angry? I'm not. I can't. It's too late. It's actually too late for the next batch. Crap, where'd I put it? It's too late for the next batch as well because the sauce that I made is already mixed in with the chicken. So there's nothing I can do. I mean, whatever's left over would make a great fried rice, would make great protein accompaniment for ramen, or for soup. More of an Asian soup, right? Because you need that, you need the flavors, because it does have like sort of that sesame flavor to it, and the allspice, really the 5-spice, I mean. So actually, for the veggie ones, I actually have to roll out a bigger pocket because it's not going to work if it's too small. Put that in. Do a dipping sauce? I could. Like a soy dipping sauce? No, wait. Why would I do a dipping sauce if it's too salty? What would I dip it in? Sugar? No. Okay, this one I filled up a little too much. But I'm gonna see if I can just still fold it. Nope. Nope. That was way too much. What I might do, if I have a lot of filling left over, is I just might make another batch of dough tomorrow, and then make like 100 of these bad boys. I mean, they're small enough where you could have 5, and then still have room for pie. Let's see what's this like. Yeah, well, okay. So I added. Where's my sheet? So in this dough, I added 80 grams of sugar. Oh. And I added a bunch of honey to the sauce as well. Hey, big boy. Yeah. What's up? See, I told you, once I started eating, he comes out. Hey, Mag? What's up? You smell food? What's up, buddy? Yes. He knows. He knows when I'm eating. Even if I like bring home food from outside, he knows. He knows that like I've brought home food and he wants it. Magnus, come here. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. You wanna be on camera? Sweet chili sauce. Yeah, actually, that might work out. That might work. Um. Oh, what? Oh, that's a big dollop of. I'm gonna really stuff this one. See if this works. Put that in. Stretch out the dough. And that's the thing about these baos. Like when I make them at home, I can fill them, and it's a little bit forgiving. I mean, the other problem that I'm gonna run into is that these are sitting. They're gonna rise again because the yeast in there is gonna naturally eat up the sugars in the flour, and it's gonna rise while they sit. But I'm not done with the tray yet, so I can't really bring them down to the freezer. Should have put an egg with this, but it's all right. Oh no, I can't put egg in there. Uh, so my niece and nephew, they both have allergies to egg, tree nuts, tree nuts, um, like sesame. So I made a separate batch of chicken for them. So I'm gonna make their own separate baos with just regular barbecue sauce because it doesn't have sesame oil in it, um, and or tree nuts. So I need to be careful about what I make. They can eat the veg because I didn't put any sesame oil in this mixture. So it's hard. I'm trying to cater to like, the food allergies and then like everything else. I don't. And my cat is fat. Is he looking at me? Because sometimes he knows exactly what I'm talking. Oh yeah, yeah. Here, I'll show you where he is. Don't eat that tree. There he is. Yes. Hello. Hey, hey. Psst. Asshat. All right. He's not supposed to be eating that plant. What is Timothy grass? What? What is that? I've not heard of that. Hey, don't be eating that. Hold on. Okay, that's weird. For some reason, all of a sudden my settings reset, and it didn't find my mic. I mean, I've been sitting here the entire time, and I haven't been doing anything. So is it like wheatgrass or some type of oat? Not oat. Oh, let's see. Okay, Google. What is Timothy grass?
According to Wikipedia, Timothy grass is an abundant perennial grass native to most of Europe except for the Mediterranean region. It is also known simply as Timothy, meadow cat's tail, or common cat's tail.
Okay, Google. What would you cook with cat's tail?
Let's take a look.
Unfortunately, my Google isn't actually showing up, so I don't see. Okay, Google. Okay, wait 1 second. Cat. Voice search has been turned off. What? I guess there's a global mute on all my devices? My phone? My laptop? What is going on? What just happened? Someone listening in on me? Spying on me? Alright. So are you implying that you're not a horse? Because I'm not going to feed that to you, right? These are tiny. I'm going to have a lot of leftover filling, which, you know what? If there's leftover filling, I'm making fried rice with this, because it is a waste of good filling. Oh boy, this is like bursting at the seams, literally. Come on, it's okay. That carrot's gonna stick up. I gotta find a. Maybe I'll just roll them out really thin. No comment. No comment on that. What I do need is flour, though. I'm gonna learn from this time and just. Oh, I can actually throw those in. I can throw those in the freezer. So why don't I go do that right now after I do this one, since my hands are all floured up. You know, the other way I could do is I have a tortilla press. I could always press these out into, like, make these into small circles, and then fill them like tortillas, and fold them up like little dumplings. But because it's dough and it's like a bread yeast, it's not gonna work out so well. At least I know what that one is. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me throw this tray. You can see they're already starting to grow in size just by sitting here. So I need to throw these in the freezer right away. So I'll be right back. That's down in the basement. All right, sorry, I am back. That was a little challenging. Let's dust my hands again. Yeah, I think I cut these a little too small. And I might need to just make more dough tomorrow. Because I have a ton of filling left for both. Hey, don't look at me like that. My cat has now resorted to eating his own food, so that's good. Maybe rolling it out is better. More even dough. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. Stop hand rolling. Okay. 3, 6, 7. I'm not going to do an odd one. I'm going to do 8. All right. Someone left my garbage garbage was today. Someone left the garbage can right in the middle of my driveway. So if someone were to come in, they'd hit it. Just fantastic. So I said I was gonna make 8, right? So I'm gonna make 24. So I'm gonna make 24 of the veggies. So I'm gonna force people to eat veggies. My family needs to be healthy. Right? I'm only caring for the well-being. And then I can go back and make some more chicken. All right, so this is 8. All right, 4. Spread these out a little bit. 4, 4 is 8. That's for James. Uneven distribution of meat and veg in this container. Okay, it's too much. So are you guys going to get something from Black Friday? Do you guys have anything planned to get from Black Friday? Because I can tell you, I'm not getting anything because I just spent almost $300 on beer yesterday. So I am all shopped out. I have priorities. Okay. 6 more. 6 more. Oh, because I don't have I don't have my food coloring. I actually can't make my niece and nephew's chicken one. Because I want to label that separate because they can't eat the Char Siu. Oh God, I hear Stairway to Heaven in the background. Okay. 5 more. Plenty of dough. Hey, no, get down from there. No, get out. You're not eating chicken. Here, you wanna go outside? Magnus. Mag. Go. See ya. Oh my gosh. He's a jackass sometimes. Like he knows there's good food, and so he's like hovering, expecting me to give him some. And I'll be honest with you, like at dinner time. Oh crap! This is sticking to my hand. I forgot the flour in my hand. At dinner time, we will indulge him, right? We'll give him a little bit of chicken or fish or what. And ironically enough, he loves chips, potato chips, tortilla chips. He loves chips. So, sound is low. Is that any better? So yeah, he loves chips, and we'll give him some because he'll eat it. But he knows to get up on the kitchen table or the dining room table when we're sitting down to eat, and he'll be like, "I want food. Can you give me food?" And he'll just park his ass like right next to your plate, dinner plate, and you're just like, "Get out of here! Like, I don't want your ass in my dinner." But it's a nice day out. It's sunny, so throw him outside for a little bit. When you're throwing him outside, we have a porch, an enclosed porch, so he can be out on the porch, but not actually be outside in the woods. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like he's smart enough to know, like, oh, if I'm gonna sit in your food, like I'm gonna get it. And the other thing he does is that, like, when I take a shower in the morning, he knows that the bathroom is warm compared to the rest of the house because it's cold here, and so he'll meow at the door to get in, and you let him in, and he'll sit because I'm done like taking a shower, and I let him in, and he runs in and sits in the shower, and just sits there because he knows that it's warmer. I'm telling you, he's a smart ass. Like, I don't know. Our previous cat, all she wanted to do was just sit on you. You sit on the couch, she wants to sit on you. You're sleeping in bed, let me curl up in your arms. It was so sweet. Him, it's like, oh, there's food? All right, give me some food. Is it 2 more? 3? Yeah, I have to make 2 more of these. So it looks like I'm gonna have to make more dough tomorrow because I don't have an extra 2 hours to let the dough sit and rise. So making dough tomorrow, and I will use up the rest of the filling. So this will end up being like a crap ton of clouds. I'm like, this is like a machine right now. And I hate feeling like this because like that's all I am right now is just like churning out more and more buns. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like when he gets colder too, he likes to like if I go to bed and he's up, like I'll get under the covers and then like he like jumps in and he'll sleep right on my chest. Like he'll just sit on my chest like facing me or like facing the other way so his ass is in my face. And then like he'll just fall asleep like that. And I'm just like, oh great. I'm like, I get your ass in my face when I go to bed. He is Mr. Personality though. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I'll use this one. Or can I just make one big one? I wonder if I can just combine one. So here's one. Here's 2. You can see that these are all like grown in size. What I can do is split this one in half. There we go. So, sorry, Bresson, but there's 5 left. So I'm gonna have to make an uneven amount. I don't think people are gonna be eating the veg as much, so I'm gonna make more of just the pure chicken. But I can actually really stuff this one, unlike the previous ones, because there's a little bit more dough in this. It's not gonna happen. Shoot. There we go. All right. Dude, if I dropped one, he would run over and start licking it right away. And then I'd be like, I can't, it's gone. I'm like, have fun. He's never done that before, but like, he's funny. Like, if I make eggs for breakfast, and it's like the sunny side up, where the yolk is running. Like, if you're done, he'll lick the plate. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I gotta keep these separate. Yeah, he'll lick the plate. He'll lick the yolk. He likes salty things. I guess that's also why he likes potato chips and tortilla chips. I've caught him licking our pans because there might be a residue of something on there. All right, I got 2 more. I'm done for today because I've officially run out of dough and it takes 2 hours for the dough to rise before I can actually use it to get to the steak. But today, I was able to make the chicken this chicken filling and the veggie filling during those 2 hours, so it wasn't like a complete waste. Right, just managing your time wisely. So tomorrow I'm probably gonna make dough, and in the 2 hours while the dough is rising, I need to mop the floors, clean the bathroom, put stuff away. I don't have sweet chili sauce, to be honest with you. You know what I do have? Oh, I put it in the fridge. Oh, wait. I think I look at this. So, hold on. look who's at the window. Smart ass. He's like, I'm going in. Hey. Yes, he's meowing. Look at him. You want to come in? Let me in, please. Uh-oh. There you go. Yeah, I don't have sweet chili sauce, but you know what I do have? I was showing Infinity. I was showing Zach earlier that I got in the mail the other day. I got some hot sauces. And these hot sauces, one of them is like over 2 million Scoville units. But this particular one, so it's from like the show on YouTube. It's called Hot Ones, where this guy interviews celebrities over like hot wings, and they go from like super mild to their last sauce is like over 2 million Scoville units. It burns your mouth. It's called the Last Dab, and so this is the one in the middle, Los Calientes, and it's a really good sauce. I used it last night. But I'm not gonna ruin the flavor. I mean, like, I'm not gonna ruin this flavor because it's flavored already with all the sauces, right? And the sugar. So that's the problem. I'm not gonna do that. Look how much is left. I have a ton left. I have enough to make another batch of dough, and look. This will actually be for fried rice. So I'm not going to make any more veg. It's only going to be this tomorrow. And I guess whatever is left over. I have my barbecue chicken ones for the kids. So that's it. And I really don't want to clean like the rolling pin because I'm going to have to use it tomorrow. Yeah, right. That will never happen. So this is going to go in the basement. So I'll be right back again. Right. Uh-oh, someone, he just ran to the door again. Like, let me in, I know you're home. I can see you through the window. So, what I didn't show you before, this is just, I roasted the chicken, this Char Siu chicken, the same way as I roasted this one, only this one has just regular barbecue sauce. Because they're allergic to sesame, I really didn't want them. I want them to actually enjoy like a chicken bao, like what we have. Only this is just, a non-sesame oil-based chicken, and this should be enough for at least like 4 or 5 Baos for them. And then, you know what? If they don't eat it, I'm sure one of the adults will eat it. I mean, that's no big deal. So the rest of this is going to go into this lovely Swedish IKEA Tupperware. Where's Tubes? Is he? Oh, he's at work. Yes, but yes, this lovely Swedish IKEA Tupperware. We got a while ago, and they're fantastic because they're huge. So yeah, I have a lot more cooking tomorrow. I have to make pancakes for the week for my daughter. I have to make more dough for this. So it's gonna be great. Thank goodness I have a dishwasher. Washing all these dishes by hand is a pain in the ass. I'm not giving it to him. There's no way. Nothing you say would make me give it to him. Although my daughter did want to try hot sauce once, and I did let her try it, and she immediately was like, "Ah!" I didn't film it. I'm not that cruel. Oh, the pot's still hot. So, actually, this would be a great lunch for her tomorrow, my daughter. So maybe if we have extra, I can make some for her. Gonna have to run the dishes. So many dishes. And I have one more container. This is the container. Let's try. No way. I'm not gonna be that uncle. Well, you know I could be, but I don't want to be that uncle because I see my niece at most twice a year, right? And and this will be the first time seeing my nephew because he's 1. He just turned 1, so I'm not giving it to them. No way. You can call me whatever you want. I ain't doing it. Ain't no bullying me. All these cookie sheet racks need to go into the dishwasher. And here's my cat again, looking for more. Hi. I'm not letting you in yet. I'm not being mean. No, you just be in the way. I think it's like 40 out. Okay, now I'm curious. What did you do? What did you do to your niece? Okay. And by football, I'm going to assume it's soccer. Because you guys would never talk about egg ball like that. I gotta clean this up. Oh, because you held onto the ball so hard with your foot? Is that what it was? Oh my god, Freebird's on. I want to turn off the music, but then like the audio's gonna get muted by Twitch. You know what I'm gonna do right now too? Actually, this is great. Let's do this now. Since I'm almost nearing the end of the stream. But I wish I had a container. Oh, you know what? I have a lid. I have a lid that I can dump this into. Since we're nearing the end of the stream, speaking of flour, I want to make some bread this week. So let me go get my starter out. And I will show you real quick sourdough. So here's my sourdough starter, which I'm mixing right now. Hold on. White powder and a cutter, you know, and a scale. That's exactly what I'm doing. You know, the bag of all-purpose flour is just a ruse. So, what I'm mixing in right now is my sourdough starter, or sourdough mixture. It's a little liquidy because I haven't used it in a while. But what I'm going to do is mix this all up. And I'm going to make some bread. You know what? I wonder if I should make bread or cornbread for Thanksgiving. I haven't quite decided yet. Well, we'll see what happens. So, mason jar. Funnel. We're doing this all in grams, people. All in grams. Oh, there it is. Why isn't it working? So I need about 200 grams of flour. Actually, this is the wrong flour. Sorry. This is regular flour. I need bread flour. There it is. Bread flour. It's all right if I added 53 grams of regular flour. Sourdough is fairly forgiving. So I'm going to measure out some white powder. 100. I wonder if I should do 150. I'm going to do 150. Because I'm going to have to feed this in a day. 148. That's good. Okay, it's solo. Damn it. No. Hopefully, if he has any questions about like stir fries, he can ask because it's not that bad. It's not that daunting. What are you doing? Yeah. And I'm sad. I'm really sad that this didn't work today. You see the mushrooms, the bok choy, the carrots. All right, guys. So that's my cooking stream. Let me see here. Wow. Let's go like that. Let's see. I have to see who I can see who's on. Let's see if I want to host anybody. Whoa. Stuff's going down at work. Wow. Ooh. I know I'm gonna host. I haven't seen him stream in a while. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is a really long cooking stream. 4 hours. Yeah, so I was able to make, I lost count, at least 48 baos. 4 of which I cooked. The rest are in the freezer. I'll be making more tomorrow because I have a lot more filling left and I want to make sure everyone gets fed. And they're freezable, right? I don't have to cook them all. Always, thank you for tuning in. I know I got a request for General Gao's chicken, which I don't know if I'll be able to do anytime soon. One thing that I do want to try eventually is to make apple fritters. But again, it's just a matter of time and when I'll be able to do that. So I'm not sure when my next cooking stream will be because I don't know what my schedule is like. But hopefully it's within the next month. So thank you very much for tuning in. Let's move up this camera. There we go. 2 different angles. Wow. All right. Thanks, guys. I'm going to host a duck whore. See ya.